Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Good morning, Chief, to you and your team, and good morning, Commission Chair Ruth and everyone else. I would now like to, I will do the roll call first. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmill,
Morning.
Councillor Rice.
We understand Councillor Rice might be a few moments late. She's already given us notice.
No worries. Councillor Jans.
Here.
Thank you. I would like to explain the process for today's City Council meeting, which is a continuation of November 30th meeting. Once all questions to the Edmonton Police Commission have been addressed, we will continue with questions of administration on the supplemental operating budget adjustment. Council has until 12 noon today for budget, as we already have a time-specific item this afternoon. As with the previous budget discussions, I ask that councillors refrain from making a main budget motion or amendments at this time. From an agenda management perspective, I would suggest that as the council continuation on Tuesday, December 14th, I will ask councillors to come prepared to make their budget amendments so that the office of the city clerk and the budget office can have time to prepare the amendment tracking document. This is not the only opportunity to make amendments, but I would ask that the majority of amendments are presented at this time, both capital and operating. Friendly reminder to all of us, before we start voting on amendments, all amendments need to be made, and the office of the city clerk will require time to randomize the amendments for voting purposes. So it is not first come, first vote. Before we resume, questions to the Police Commission, councillors, any questions on the process?
I'm so sorry. Could you just, all amendments forward on December 14th is the target?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Would have been earlier, but it's 14th now. Yeah, got it. Cool. That is out of the way. We did have a previous list from the speakers list, or maybe we can start anew. I don't remember.
Yeah,
but,
the last the list that we finished up with on the day previous this week that we were here, it was Councillor Jans, and we're just calling up the request to speak in case there are any other councillors that would like to continue with questions.
Yes, absolutely. So we will continue the questions to Edmonton Police Commission. I think there is also a desire, Chief, that we go into private to talk about some of the labor negotiations as well.
Yes, that would be good. Also, I'm not sure if you want to start, we had two questions that were asked for us to come back with. One was on race-based data, and the second was on NFA, no fixed address. We do have those answers. I leave that to you.
Sure. No, go ahead. Actually, that's good. Will be good information for you to share with us.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
if you don't,
I'll turn that over to Chantel to give those answers. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Can you turn your mic on?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Mayor and Council. In response to the two questions, I'll start first with a question around individuals with involvement in EPS with occurrences where their involvement identified a no fixed address. So this information is for 2021 year to date. There were 190,302 individuals who had involvement with EPS so far in 2021 year to date. Of those 190,302, 1.7% or 3,155 individuals identified to us that they had no fixed address. Now, there are a couple of caveats with this data. One, the data is year to date from January 1 through December 8th. Two, this is a snapshot in time, so our data is fluid. So what was identified as a fixed address yesterday in a future involvement could be identified as a no fixed address. Conversely, what was identified as a fixed address yesterday could in future involvement be identified as a no fixed address. So this is a snapshot in time. The third piece is this includes all EPS occurrences, which is inclusive of any violations that are dealt with by way of ticket. We cannot determine whether or not the individuals who identified as having no fixed address were residents prior or post that identification to us, or if they were a resident of a community outside of the City of Edmonton. And the final piece is all of this information is provided by the individuals themselves. So there's no ability for us to do an external validation against that provided information. For additional context, the individuals with involvement of arrested represented 1,978 of the 3,155. The individuals identified as a complainant, so that's specific to a victim of property crime, identified as 701 of those 3,155. And individuals who identified as a victim of violent crime were 517 of those 3,155. For even a little bit more context, if we just looked at the individuals who were identified as having no fixed address, but were in the category of accused, arrested, charged, or suspect chargeable, those individuals from a specific occurrence type were involved in 4 incidents of second-degree murder, 1 incident of first-degree murder, 36 incidents of arson, 15 incidents of assault with a weapon or assault causing bodily harm against a peace officer, 3 incidents or occurrences of assault with a weapon or assault causing bodily harm against one of your Edmonton Police Service officers, there were also 6 incidents of or occurrences where the individual identified as having no fixed address was involved in a occurrence of sexual interference where the child victim was under the age of 16 years. So that's a little bit of context on the violent crime focus of those charged to suspect chargeable individuals who had self-identified as having no fixed address. As it relates to the question on what are we doing around the collection of race-based data, Canada does not have a national standard for the collection of race-based data, nor the categorization that it is to be collected upon. Similarly, the Edmonton Police Service does not have a standard for the collection of race-based data, nor the categorization that it is to be collected. As a result, there is no consistency to the EPS collection of race-based data at present. Compounding these inconsistencies are the following. EPS does not capture race-based data on arrest reports. Entering race-based information for every entity is not mandatory, resulting in the assignment of a blank entry or null data set. There are significantly more entities without a race-based variable applied within our records management system than there are with. In the unreliable instances where the race-based data is collected, the following holds true. Race determination can be obtained in a number of ways, including self-identification, validation through government-issued identification, officer perception, witness, complainant, or victim perception. And where race-based data variables exist, there is no way for us to identify how it was determined. Secondly, a race variable may be listed as unknown. And the third qualifier, a pre-existing race-based variable may already exist in our records management system, and new entries could be added that are in conflict with the original race-based variable that was collected. As a result, there are instances where multiple different race-based variables are attached to a single individual. Therefore, the inconsistent collection of non-standard race-based data categories is incomplete and inaccurate information, and to release such information is unethical, and any analysis or uses of that data to inform the public and/or policy would be grossly erroneous. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, in concert with the Statistics Canada, Canadian Centre for Justice and Community Safety Statistics, are undertaking a nationwide engagement right now to define the national standards for the collection of race-based data. EPS will have the capacity and abilities to answer these questions in the future.
Thank you so much. That's a good information for us to kind of chew on as we get into our mandate. So good information for you to provide. I will really urge council members to focus questions on the budget. I know there are many other issues that can stem to from the budget discussions, but keeping the time constraints in mind and how much work we still have to conclude before we close the budget or discussion on the budget on the 17th. So I would really encourage all of us to please, if we could be mindful of the time constraints and just focus on as much as possible on budget-related questions, and will be many opportunities for us to engage with the commission in the future to talk about many other issues that are absolutely relevant to our discussions. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for that. And with that caveat in mind, Mr. Mayor, I will certainly request that we have a future meeting to talk about some of the other areas like program development and policing in Edmonton that the chair identified at the outset of this chat. I was interested in hearing a little bit more about how we allocate the right service, the right time, the right place in our budget. And I've seen a few times that I was biking home and I came upon a tent and there was 6 uniformed police officers with sidearms handing out stickers in the tent to put stickers on bicycles related to bike theft. Now, bike theft, don't get me wrong, drives me wild. It is a terrible, terrible issue, but it struck me as that seemed like a terrible allocation of resources to have our police not out solving murders and dealing with fires and life and death instances, and instead doing what looked like public relations work. And I just wondered how much of our budget does go towards public relations work. Is this a one-off for a few officers, or is this a part of ongoing work? Because we work between other communities, community leagues, our folks handing out those stickers so our police can go back to doing real police work, no?
With all due respect, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll try to answer it.
I guess I'm asking how do we engage partners in the process to take the burden off the force here? Because when I hear the chief saying we're stretched and we need to maintain budget, but then I have questions about some of the appropriateness of current budget allocations. I don't have any reports or breakdowns or data to look at here, but that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, so we just did thousands of obviously contacts with the community, and they're asking for more community policing, more community engagement. Community engagement is critical to help solve crime. It's the fundamentals of policing. It's existed for 100 years, and it's not something in this city you want to lose. That said, in relation to deployment of resources, we use artificial intelligence, analytics, trying to deploy the resources in the right ways at the right time. Why we partner with our other agencies, that's to expand the authority. So that's things like help, that's things like PAC teams to be able to deal with crisis. But if you're asking me that should we stop engaging with the public, no. Does that not mean that the CSOs and the TPOs and all those other agencies also engage with the public? Absolutely they do. And it's a prime example of that is our encampment teams. There's a lot of vulnerable people at risk in those camps, and you just mentioned a tent. I don't know, was that an encampment? Were those all police officers? Was there other people there? Because there is an encampment team that's been approved, that's working in collaboration with the city to get this work done, and it's been very effective. Last year, if we go back in time, it wasn't very effective because of those partnerships, those relationships, and working with those third-party communities, we've actually had some success. So that is something that's an operational issue as the chief of police, who, if you've referenced, that we're going to continue to do, and it's not something that we want to lose, because if we lose our community, then what do we have and what is the role of community policing? Thanks for the question.
Maybe I misspoke. The tent belonged to Edmonton Police. It was Edmonton Police handing out the stickers, and that struck me as 6 officers at the bike path in Oliver who weren't going to be available to come to the community to do community policing because they were doing the stickers. We need to move the stickers to para-professional groups and to others so we can have the police continue to do community policing work. That's sort of what I was trying to get to. Second question though, it struck me in my orientation
Councillor
so far.
Jans, I would like to also respond. It's Commissioner Callahoo Stonehouse.
I'm running out of
you.
time though. I'll add my last question. I wanted to get into harm reduction and the question around opioids and safe consumption sites and how and just in general, Toronto has just moved to pursue a Section 56 for decriminalization. If we were to pursue a similar move, do you think that would be broadly supported by the police as it has been by Canadian police chiefs, or is there I see there's a budget allocation for marijuana, but what would be the implications of something like a Section 56 on the budget as well?
Yes, Commissioner Callahoo, can you respond to the earlier question? Then
Thank
we'll
you,
go
His
to
Worship.
Chief.
I appreciate the time. I just wanted to respond as a First Nations person. Our relationship historically with the police has been very tumultuous and based and rooted in untrust and in harm. And part of our work at the Commission and with the police services is how do we rebuild those relationships rooted in respect and trust? And one of the most integral parts of our work is our community relations, which means being out in tents, shaking hands, handing out stickers, so that people feel safe enough to approach our officers in time of crisis, in time of need. So I don't agree with your position with that at all. Thank you for giving me time.
Thank you. And Chief, on the last question.
Yeah, so the CACP, when you're saying they support that, that's not quite accurate. They support that with conditions. The Alberta Association of Chiefs of Police made a very similar statement, which Edmonton Police Service were part of, and that is if we're just going to do safe consumption sites without the continuum of services, it's not going to work. That's quite simple. The reality is we have double the overdoses pretty much, or pretty close, I think. It's a lot more than the rest of the province, and we have the most safe consumption sites now. Now, I want to quantify that and qualify that. They are an integral part. But what we're lacking is a system. And if we just continue to go on one piece, and that piece and the people there, I want to be, again, very clear, are doing very good work. But if the only answer to solving a drug addiction is to hand out drugs, I don't think we're going to be successful. So, no, we would not support that without the appropriate supports in place. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for joining us again today. I just had one budget-related question, but just to clarify on some of the information presented earlier, thanks very much for bringing that forward. So from what I understand, in sort of the database that currently exists, there is a field for race, but it just hasn't sort of been collected as a practice. Did I hear that correctly?
Thank you for your question. So yes, there are fields that are hard-coded into our records management system that we do not have the ability to change unilaterally. That's why through the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and Stats Canada, they're coming up with a national framework. Once the national framework is established, the next step in that process will to be engage with our records management system vendors to have that coded into our records management systems. Then we will have comprehensive, complete, and consistent collection nationwide.
Gotcha. No, thank you. I appreciate there's sometimes just those really technical barriers to collecting that, so thank you.
Councillor, if I may. I'm also on the CACP EDI committee, and as we're discussing this, working with StatsCan, it's important that we do have some kind of standardization in how we do this, because doing this on officer perception or anyone's perception, I wouldn't want to put you in a position that you have to determine what race I am or how I really identify, want to present that. So that's why we need to be intentional in working with the community, and that's why we're taking the steps to ensure that we do it right, not that we do it quickly. So that's some of the technical issues behind that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that approach, that really thoughtful approach, and I think coordinating across, coordinating nationally makes a lot of sense, so thank you for that. Just quickly on the stats around no fixed address, and maybe just, having the details, but I think I sort of heard about 3,000, a portion of those were sort of identified as victims of crime, and then am I getting it right about like 1,800 were sort of those who were arrested-ish? And then of that, about 50 to 60, from what I could scribble down, sort of involved in sort of the more violent crime. Okay, so still a fairly small proportion of that overall. Okay.
Yes, I can give you the numbers again if you would like.
I'll get them offline. Thank you so much. So just the only question I wanted to come back to around budget was just clarifying some of the language that we're using when we're talking about the budget, because there's sort of these relative pieces and then absolute. So I know it was sort of mentioned that there's been an $18 million decrease, I think was the number that I heard last or earlier this week. So just wanting to clarify, so if we look at the EPS budget from 2 years ago, is it small, like is today's budget actually smaller by 18 million, or is it that it has not increased by an expected 18 million?
I would go, it's a combination of, so.
Can you move your mic close? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a combination of. In 2020, when council and EPS agreed to remove the $11 million from our budget, that was a decrease. It dropped by $5.5 million in 21 and another $5.5 million in 22 from the planned increases.
From the planned increase, but was there still an increase?
Yes,
Okay, so the budget did grow, but just not as much as expected.
exactly.
Can I just add to that piece, though? We're 82% salaries. So if there's a salary increase, there's a budget increase. Council actually decides the salaries. They set the mandate and sets the salaries. So a large part of our budget is going to increase every year with salary increases.
And that is, as part of the funding formula, the money that is identified for us as an increase year, we have to manage your decision on the collective agreements.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important dynamic that I understand we'll get into a bit more later. But thank you. Thanks for clarifying that for me. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. My question actually just related to the data that you provided. Will we be getting that in written form? Yes?
We can provide that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just on that, Councillor Wright, is with a lot of the data we had yesterday, and we can understand everybody's trying to get up to speed, we're actually going to do a technical briefing on Monday with all the members of the media, so we can actually make this public knowledge as well. So, and as I mentioned, Mr. Mayor, that's something we'd be more than willing to do, a technical briefing. We understand the fact that our stats, we have to report to national standards, so we just can't report information, but I think what we have to do is start trying to explain what that actually means. So that is going to happen on Monday.
Okay, that's for the media, but I'd like the weekend to review some of that.
Oh, no, we can get you, this stuff we can absolutely give. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you very much, because if we have to make amendments on Tuesday, I'd like to have some more information. But you did mention a number of 190,302, no fixed address. Is that individuals, or is that incidents? I'm just wondering if you're collecting the data on the same people over and over?
So thank you. That is a very good question. And you are recognizing the complexity of the data that we collect and how we analyze it. So of the 190,302 individuals who are currently engaged or have currently engaged with EPS over the year, 3,105 of those individuals at a point in time identified that they had no fixed address. There could have been, I can actually give you the breakdown.
So that would just be incidents. Like, so if John Smith had an interaction with the police on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that would be counted as 3?
No, that would be counted as one
One,
individual.
okay.
Because we're only talking with the individuals with involvement now, not the frequency of their involvement. We can give you frequency information though as well.
Okay.
But what I can identify is there are occasions where an individual over the course of the first 11 months of this year shared with us 5 different addresses, one of which was no fixed address over the course of the 11 months.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I actually wanted to go back to a point that was made in the original presentation around protests and those kind of increasing year over year. Is that correct in my understanding that, you know, it's going up? Like, I think I have 457 so far in 2021 compared to previous years, which was almost half that.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. In 2019, we had 181. In 2020, we had 235. When I gave you this, we had 457 so far to date, but I think we've had 2 since then. Obviously, COVID, lots of protests, lots of different things going on. We've got, obviously, some individuals that don't agree with some of the things going on. So, yeah, that's gone actually crazy. But that's also something that's a fairly significant increase, as you can imagine, on police resources.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is how, you know, I know you might not have an exact number with you, but when we are talking about budget right now, what kind of strain is that putting on average? Like, I guess, what does one protest typically cost if we're talking about this increase of protests that you're needing to be there to ensure that they happen in a safe manner?
Yeah, I'll let Deputy Murphy go in detail, but we've actually had to stand up a full DOPS unit to deal with this. And, you know, we do a lot of work up front, which makes these things, for the most part, peaceful. Yeah, we've had to put a lot of attention. And Alec, maybe you could give more details, just how we'd approach this.
You bet. Thanks, Chief. Councillor, anytime there are protests, what we have to do is to redeploy resources. We tend to do that through our DOPS area, disruption, crime suppression, and or beats. So those folks are now taken away from their regular duties in the communities they work in. So I don't have a cost for you, but that's what we have to do for each protest.
And if I may, Councillor, part of that structure, though, is having dedicated members who actually work with the protest organizers to ensure that there is routes, safety. We do a lot of safety planning to ensure that they exercise their right to protest, but it doesn't come at the cost of actual human capital. So there's a lot of pre-work that happens with that in terms of engaging with the community, and then we have to staff people to ensure that people keep the peace while they're exercising their right there.
Yeah, no, I just definitely noted that as a significant increase in pressure for sure that I can imagine the police are under. Can you talk a little bit more about, I know you mentioned suppression zones, but for somebody that is not, you know, in the enforcement realm, what does that look like? Where are our current suppression zones? And again, from a costing perspective, what is kind of that costing piece around that crime suppression? If that can be answered. I know it's hard to quantify these things, but I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, if we're doing this proactive, I'm guessing it's proactive suppression, where kind of are we targeting that to? And what kind of resources are we deploying to suppression?
So thank you for your question, Councillor. So there's a lot of analysis that goes into identifying the prevalence and frequency of calls for service and crime to specific geographic areas within the city. That analysis identifies where we have a heightened requirement for police presence and police workload. That's the information that we do the analysis on to identify where those, what you would coin suppression zones are, but really that they are high impact for areas where police visibility, police presence, and significant proactive workload starts to drive down some of those trends. We revisit those at regular intervals, so they too will move over time. We can provide a detailed accounting of what those zones are today, but again, it's a snapshot in time.
Yeah, it's dynamic. Okay, my last very quick question is, can you just confirm that the current budget for Vision 2020 is 37 million? Is that my understanding? Is my understanding correct?
Not quite. As part of Vision 2020, we reallocated internal budget to create the bureau that I lead, so which is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau. So through Vision 2020, one of the recommendations is to create a bureau that was meant to be able to move upstream and have appropriate diversion from the justice system. So it was a part of Vision 2020, but that wasn't necessarily the budget, if that makes sense.
Sure. So what is the budget for Vision 20?
Well, Vision 2020 was an internal restructuring exercise led by our members and working with the, yeah, it's still 37 million but yeah.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you so much.
They're just not totally related is the point, because we've actually started to get some success, so we're starting to see what else we can transition.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm out of time. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is related to the budget. As a core services of the city, I believe everybody would agree, and then police services is how important for our city. And then in the past year, and I heard from public, and then so police presence and in our community and it needs more. And then because there's so many, some criminal behaviors and happened in the communities, and specifically I heard many residents from my ward talk about, and then they called police, and because the limited resources, they cannot get like immediate support and response. And so my question is, and based on this budgeting process, by looking at the 2022 business plan and from APS, so I noticed the budgeting is a little bit increase from like compared to 2021 to 2022 and 2022 to 2021. And even with this little bit increase, and we still heard public talk about the response is not enough, and the police presence in the community is not enough. So the question is, what if, and then EPS not get enough funding, and or funding is reduced, and what's the impact, how we respond the public, the concerns and questions about this? Can you just describe the most impact for this? And then just from public perspective, and because what I heard, and that trust and from public and police still exist. They still, like there's so many Edmontonians still want support, assistance, and from our police. I just want you give me description and help me understand better and how that could impact. Thank you.
Yeah, well, first of all, yes, we are an essential service, and there'll be some others in the city as well, fire, obviously, public works, transit. And what we're trying to do within the budget formula, which is give us the ability right now, rather than to keep coming, like some services asking for more police officers, we're trying to find innovative ways to deploy differently, as you're hearing from Sean Tout and others, how we transition that into more visibility. So as I stated the last time we met, right now there's currently in this, let's just assume the budget that was approved is accepted, there's a plan to put 30 more visible police officers in the communities. on patrol. There's also a plan to working with the city manager and health to change the way we deploy in some of our areas where such things as overdoses and other things are a premise, and it's basically a command structure where police, fire, EMS, city, we respond as teams, and the organization with the legal ability leads. But I think what the other part to your question is, if we are cut further because of all that, we've lost all the ability to maneuver. So what would happen is we wouldn't do those things, and then we'd have to further look at what services can we change. And that's where we were saying, if there's other parts of the city or other areas that are doing these services, such as transit, such as, or the LRT, or such as traffic, can that be done a different way? But again, as to your point, those are just a few, but all of these are going to come, and they're not going to make the public happy, for sure.
And if I could just dovetail on that, following from the Commissioner's comments, part of presence, we're speaking about crime deterrent and how important that is, but also relationship building, having the ability to have our members out there in those tents, meeting with Edmontonians in a very deliberate way, having those discussions and building that up. That is a big part of what we heard from our commitment to action over the last 18 months. It's not just that folks want police, but they want to see them in a different way as well. And giving our members the ability to do that and actually interact with the community that they serve, that is a big part of what we're trying to get through. So it is also addressing the crime and the criminality and what is taking place, but we need to build trust in institutions. Have suffered, all institutions, over the last couple of years. How do we start taking those meaningful steps?
Thank you so much for those answers, and thank you so much, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Can I refer you to this slide, the financial impacts slide, that presentation that was made yesterday, or sorry, on Wednesday? I just want to understand it better. The $700,000 for transforming data for the best use, is that a one-time cost for the police, or is it ongoing cost? This one. The slide that talks about the financial impacts. I think the last, is it third last slide? Yeah, or yeah, this is the presentation that you made to us. Yeah, that's the one that is on the screen now.
I'm sorry, your question was around the 700,000?
Yeah, is that ongoing or one time?
That is one time.
One time. And the 2.2 million for enterprise commons, is that ongoing or one time?
That would be one time.
One time. And the in-car video?
Ongoing.
That's 1.5 million, that's ongoing?
Correct.
Okay. And the lost productivity due to, I know that's kind of hard to measure until we, and the 5 million reduction from the province for traffic revenue, is that ongoing loss?
Ongoing, yes.
Ongoing. And the Truth and Reconciliation, obviously, that's a very strong commitment, and the EPSB reduction, that's ongoing. Got it. Okay, that's just want to understand that. And what is the police's total budget for 2021?
It's greater than 450 million. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front
Okay, and what is your projected deficit for 2021?
6.2 million.
6.2. Okay. So you will, okay, and that's going to come out of your reserves, right?
A portion of it will come out of the reserve. We have 4.5 to cover that. That'll leave a deficit of approximately 1.7.
Okay. So to remain kind of whole going into 2022, other than the, labor cost, that's a conversation that we will have in private, but to maintain your 2020 budget going into 2022, you have a shortfall of $6.2 million.
We have a shortfall of 6.2 at the end of this year.
Yeah.
Once the reserve is fully depleted, 1.7 will be ours to manage over a 3-year period.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I want to understand, what you budgeted in 2021, you will have 6.2 less to draw from somewhere else.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay, got it. That's all I just wanted to understand. Good, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Cool. All right. Okay. Can someone move that we go into private?
Just before we do, we just might, could we just take a couple of seconds? I'm just chatting with a counselor for a second.
A counselor,
Before you go in, before you actually move in private?
yeah. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I have a point of process before we go in, or I guess I need clarification before we go in private as well.
So why don't you ask that question now, Counselor James?
Sure, as I understand, well, it would be unfair. I think the question may be for the clerk. Well, I'll articulate it and you decide, but I believe that we have a clear process about when we're allowed to go into camera, and I believe it's only in relation to financial matters of land labor law. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that we'll be talking about labor negotiation issues in private, right? That's my understanding, right?
Because when on Wednesday I asked about how are some decisions made in around capital, and I was told that there were some confidential purchases made. I just wanted to get a better understanding how something is done in, like, I've never done this before, so I'm just trying to understand. I heard Councillor McKean last year, for example, with the purchase of the tank, he said he never even knew about the tank until it was purchased. So I'm just trying to get an understanding, like, how are decisions made, and the scope of, just, are we going to keep a really tight scope? We're only going to be discussing union negotiations in camera, or is there, how would, I don't, the city can't have a
So my goal would be, Councillor Jans, that when we go into private, we solely focus on the negotiations, and if there are questions from council members or information that we think can be shared publicly, then we can absolutely would not discuss that in private.
Okay, could we get clarification, though? Under what legislation could a capital purchase be confidential?
That I don't know, Madam Clerk. I have no idea under what legislation labor issues we discuss under the privacy legislation, but capital projects, under what legislation do we? Maybe this is to the legal counsel. I have no idea.
So just for clarity, and I believe the city solicitor is in the room, the only time that council can exclude the public from participating in its council deliberations or committee deliberations is subject to FOIP legislation.
Yeah.
But I believe the city solicitor is here, and if we need to get additional legal services, happy to make that happen.
Can you please provide, what are the parameters for us to go into private?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So it is under FOIP, and there are specific exemptions under FOIP for different topics. So I think what you're talking about is subject to FOIP, and you are permitted to go in private for that.
And you'll be able to advise us when we are in private that this issue is under FOIP, and if this issue is not under FOIP, should not be discussed in private.
Yes, Mr.
Good.
Mayor.
Good. Is that clear, Councillor Jans?
Crystal clear on the labor piece, but I'm still missing on the capital piece.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Like, our legal counsel will advise us when we are in private, if we are not discussing issues that are covered under FOIP, our legal counsel will advise us not to discuss them in private.
Okay, but I heard from the service on Wednesday that there are confidential capital. So what I'm, as a council, if I approve a budget increase or budget ask here, am I approving things that are confidential? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're asking, but what I'm trying to explain, Councillor Jans, is that once we are in private, if any issue that is being discussed that you feel is not under the purview or not covered under FOIP, we can ask our legal counsel for the opinion whether that issue should continue to be discussed in private or should that issue be discussed in public.
Mayor Sohi,
Can I just offer a thought? It's Tim over here.
Oh, sorry, Tim.
With the greatest of respect to everyone in the room,
Yeah.
one aspect of the police service is keeping the community safe under, as an example, terrorism threats. And part of that, keeping us safe, has a tactical element to it. And part of the tactical element might be capital purchases. So there might be a conversation around things like that that we ought not have in public.
Yeah.
And we can test that in private.
Yeah.
And if it should not be in private, then we come back in public and have the conversation after the fact in public.
Yeah, that's exactly
So
what I'm
rather
trying
than
to.
spending time on this discussion, why don't we go on private and have that discussion?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stress, that Council Jans, you're out of time now, sorry. Councilor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I just have one question. I'm not sure this question should ask in the public or in the private. So I apologize if I miss anything. And then the question is regarding every tax dollar, $1 we pay to have.
That's public information.
That's public information?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Councilor Rutherford.
I just want to raise a point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
So, what is it? So I have a pecuniary interest with respect to the matter that we are going to be going into private on, as it relates to union negotiations. And
Yeah.
my husband works for the city of Edmonton as a member of CSU 52.
Yeah.
Therefore, in accordance with sections S 169, 170 of the MGA and following the advice of the ethics advisors, I will be abstaining from the discussion.
Okay.
And will be leaving council chambers.
Thank you, Councilor Rutherford. Appreciate that. Cool. Okay. Motion to go into private,
So moved.
seconded by
Second.
Councilor Knack. Please vote to go into private.
Madam Clerk, my e-scribe's stalled, but I'm opposed to moving in private.
Okay, we'll record that you're opposed, and we'll record that Councillor Rutherford is absent. Thank you very much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll give you a minute or so to That is carried. Cool.
Sorry, we're just going to open the doors and turn the cameras back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are live, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much to commission members and the and police service members for being here today. So no further question. Oh, there are more questions on. Are there? Okay, sorry, I don't see the list.
So we just have your name there.
Yeah,
for-
I'm just
Okay.
thanking the service and the commission for being here today and also adjusting your schedule to be with us today.
I just want to thank you as well for all taking the time to just have a good discussion. I think these are all helpful discussions.
Yeah, but just don't go yet, Chief. Councillor Jens, you have questions to commission and service? Oh, not anymore. Good. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Take care.
Would you mind receiving this item for information, please?
Yes, please. Everyone move.
So moved. So moved.
Councillor Jens, thank you so much. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Knack. Receive for information. Please vote.
I just need to confirm if Councillor Rutherford is back on the call just yet. I can't see.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. We have all the
But
votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
We have all the votes. That's carried. Okay. We will continue with our questions to administration on the operating budget, supplemental operating budget. And who wants to go first?
A point of order.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford?
We never finished or accepted for information the report on the management item that came before us. Are we recircling back to that, or are we just moving into operating?
That presentation was part of the operating supplemental budget. I don't know if we needed to receive that for information.
It was, from our perspective, Your Worship, it was a verbal update on that as part of the operation. So from my perspective, we're ready to answer questions on all of that as part of, as well as all the other operational questions.
And from clerks?
It was not a specific report
I see, okay.
outside the budget
Got
process,
it.
so it doesn't need to be approved.
Is that clarifies your point, Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much.
Got it. Okay, thanks. All right. I see no questions. Please register for questions if you have questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I feel lucky to have the honor of being first. So thank you. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I just want to start off with some context. So I really appreciate, Ms. Padbury, your team meeting with us one-on-one to just talk through some of the technicalities. And something I just wanted to confirm, and I think is an important frame for me as I go into these deliberations. So when I think about taxes, I'm usually thinking about income tax, and I understand percentages as, a percentage of my income is taxed. So, 30%, 20%. And so when we're talking about the percent increases to the levy, I think I used to kind of have in my mind that a 2% increase was sort of like, oh, if I'm being taxed at 10% of the value of my home, now it's going to be 12% of the value of my home. And I think that's just kind of how I always understood it. But from the information you've provided, what I understand is that about $700, for every $100,000 of the value of a property, folks pay about $700 in taxes. So that's a percentage that equates to a 0.7% value of the property. Is that about right?
That's close, yep.
Okay, so I think that's just a really good reminder for me that when we're talking about our property tax right now, it's less than 1% of the value of a home. Great, thank you for confirming. So I'll just delve in then. I wanted to maybe start talking around the City Hall Security and Support Model Service Package. So this also, my questions also tie into some of the previously approved transit security, safety and security enhancements. So I'm pleased to see that there is an investment in community safety in these public spaces. I'm just wondering if we're using our funds to fully sort of realize our vision of a new approach to community safety. So maybe just as a first clarifying question, do the security personnel that we hire, so the non-peace officer security personnel, do they have any specific designations, licenses, or powers?
Well, they do, Counselor. They're not the same as a peace officer. Is there something specific you're trying to understand?
Yeah, well, my thought is just what I have my main understanding of their role is to provide eyes on the street, basically, to be there, to be a presence. But my understanding is if there was sort of an incident that required an arrest or intervention, that they are making a 911 call, that they're not necessarily dealing with those directly.
Yeah, making a 911 call or through the dispatch in the case of LRT, the controlled dispatch, for example, they would call there, who would integrate with police and whatever the level of service is required. And if I could, Councillor, I think to the first part of your question, I think it's absolutely fair to say that the security guards that are part of that system don't yet reflect our new vision on community safety, because we haven't got a new vision on community safety approved by council. And so I would say that we have adjusted over time, for sure. We are now in the process of working to better integrate with social services, and so the entire structure, and not just our security guards, like security guards downtown, for example, in malls and things like that. And that's the level of work we're doing to much better synchronize those resources. And it gets back to the task force recommendation last year, which is to get the right person, the right entity at the right place at the right time, and decrease the amount of folks that are encountering the justice system. So we have a lot of work to do. As part of, once council approves the community safety well-being strategy that is coming in first quarter, that in my mind will require a whole bunch of changes to how we deploy every part of the system, including security guards. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah.
And specifically, Councillor, to the service package, we believe that the security model here at City Hall is much more efficient, having security guards with our peace officers deployed basically to different parts of our core. They're never that far from City Hall, so they can circle back here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and appreciate that it is a broader conversation. I think I was just, the compassion to action training is excellent, and I think the investment in our staff to be able to give that training makes a ton of financial sense. I just worry if we're investing in training folks that aren't permanent staff, that are maybe won't be at working in the City Hall security services on a long-term basis. Just wondering about the financial implications of that.
Counselor, time is over. Quickly answer that.
Councillor, we believe that the security part, we have basically a three-tier level of security. And really, the skill sets of the guards with the company that they work for, I mean, that's more of a, it is a partnership. Obviously, we pay a contract fees, but they're that kind of first level. Our peace officers, the second level, and then Edmonton Police being that first level, if you will. So that sort of three-tier model is what we're trying to, cascade in a variety of different kinds of areas.
And I would just add, Councillor, that with the selection of the recent security group, which is the commissionaires, they were selected because they had a higher level of training and expertise in a lot of the community roles that we wanted to. So they have already taken a different approach, and that was why they were selected, was one of the main reasons why they're selected. So they had that capacity and training having done already. So.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
I will have two quick questions. And so one quick question is to Anastasia, your team. Thank you very much for your team's work. What I heard from December 8th regarding the tax dollar, one tax dollar and 0.22 cents and goes to the police. And I checked with your team, and there is the calculation actually has been done by mayor's office. And then I just wondering, and if the calculation just done by mayor's office and from public accountability piece, and how we verify that information, and can we get the detailed calculation, how we get that?
So there are a number of different ways to look at this, but if you were to take the net operating requirement for police services, which is in attachment 2 on page 4, and you take that net operating requirement number and you divide it by the total net operating requirement, that gives you 22%. That is 22% then, roughly 22% of all tax dollars go to police. It is a slightly different number that you see in the pie chart, because the pie chart attributes corporate revenues, like the corporate revenue piece that offsets the tax levy, equally across all departments. So when we do that, it's closer to 15.6%.
So that's his question come from. I believe if I have that question, and the public will have the same question as well. Thanks for that clarification. And so that's leading to my next question. So my next question, by looking at attachment 1 of operating budget, so that is our 2022 operating budget changes. And based on the proposal, and 0.7% of the tax increase proposed 1.8% is going to police. And so where is that reflected? I couldn't find that information in this attachment 1. Is there anything I'm missing here?
You won't see it in attachment 1 because attachment 1 is the difference between what you've approved for 2022 currently and what you are contemplating approving as part of this process, and there has been no change to police.
Has no change for the police. So then how that 0.7% of 1.8% proposed tax increase to reflect to increase the police spending? if no
that-
change. So if I miss something, and then thank you for your clarify again.
Yeah, so in previous years, in the 2019 to 2022 budget, you've approved that already. So those increases to police are already in 2022. And so what you're approving here today is a 1.8% tax increase, but you're really only approving or debating the components that have changed from the already approved budget. So you don't see it in attachment 1 because there's been no change to police. What has happened is there's been other increases that would have increased the tax levy and decreases to the tax levy that net you to the same position as previously approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I guess my first question is, what would, I'm trying to, I'll say to the city manager and he can delegate, but what is inflation pegged at? Is it fair to say that that number is reflective of inflation costs for the city? And would you agree with the oft-touted phrase, anything less than inflation is a cut? Is that an accurate statement?
Well, I'll defer to the finance folks on the inflation numbers, and on the last question, I have to say it depends. It depends on what we're trying to do, what direction we get from council. I guess if in a perfect world where we had, no changing requirements, which is not very often in the city case, then yes, I would say if we don't keep up with inflation, it becomes something you have to absorb. But our services are constantly being reevaluated, and I think we're constantly trying to be more efficient in places. So sometimes we could absorb an inflation without an increase, but it so much depends in all our 73 lines of business. So it does kind of depend each year and how big it is. And if I'll just defer to the numbers to Harm, please.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. So just to add on to that, so typically we do try to manage inflationary pressures within our budget. So we're not increasing on an annual basis for inflationary impacts as much as we can. For 2022, we're thinking it's going to be around 2% inflation is kind of what we're estimating right now. So when
Sorry, that number again?
2%.
2%.
Right.
So, but it's touted as 4% nationally?
So maybe I'll jump in here. So it depends on the rate that you use for inflation. So when we previously came to you and presented the very first day of budget, we showed you CMA inflationary rate, so the metropolitan area for the region. And that number is showing closer to 3%, so 2.8% for 2022. That's the forecast rate. When we developed the budget, though, we were using an assumption of 2%.
My next question is to do with the ICE right now that I think all of us are incredibly frustrated with. We're all seeing, I don't know that I've ever seen a winter like this in my time, but traditionally, we spent money on a lot more snow removal. Now it seems this freezing rain trend, and we've talked a lot about climate emergency and climate change. What are we doing, or what can I point to in this operating budget that will address these ICE concerns going forward, assuming this is going to be the winter trend? And if there is something here, great. And if not, what would that need to look like? And if this is offside for now, I'd be happy to have a follow-up or a memo or something else before contemplating any amendment.
So, Councillor, I think part of what you're seeing is exactly what you said about changing climate conditions, and we've been working with our snow and ice control policy for years in terms of being flexible to adapt to that. We are coming back again in the spring with a very detailed assessment on what the snow and ice control policy could change to meet both the higher service desires in the residential as well as for some of our mobility modes. But I think right now we don't have any specific additions to the program. We are working within the existing parameters of the existing policy that was updated this spring to try and address this. So we do have some tools in the toolbox. I think we will have other options that we will present in the spring that would be part of the next budget cycle on a longer term basis.
Right. So what I hear you saying is we have some flexibility built in. This is an outlier, but we're adapting. It's not that we need more money for sand per se or community sandboxes or something else. It's just a matter of allocating the resources and making sure we're adapting delivery. Is that fair?
That's relatively close. I think we do have some flexibility within the existing policy, but certainly if there was a significantly higher service level that was desired, we would have to have additional resources, both financial and actual equipment and people to do that work. So we are working within the constraints of what we have on hand and budget-wise, but we do have some flexibility.
And I would just
And I'm sorry,
add,
who's that
Councillor, that
responding?
I would just add that we also have to remain vigilant because we haven't yet seen all the impacts of climate change. I think we've got a lot to see and to understand, and so we have to remain vigilant all the time as well.
Good, good. And
I'm sorry, who was that responding to my
It was
questions?
Mr. Sebrick was responding to questions.
Mr. Sebrick. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to start with the unfunded service packages that were withdrawn or deferred by administration. So it's attachment to page 40, if for reference. I just was wondering if administration could explain the rationale for those being withdrawn rather than deferred. So what was the catalyst for them coming forward in the first place? And why have we now decided to withdraw these? I just want to get some understanding of that on all three of the items that were withdrawn. So there's the Community Facility Partnership Capital Grant, the Dogs and Open Spaces implementation, and then the City Planning and OCT data requests.
Councillor, I'll talk to the first one first, the Community Facility Partner Grant Program. The challenges we had with that program was the funding sources for that one. They were depleted and there was no tax levy options to reinstate that program. So we are doing some work internally to model out how potentially that program could be reintroduced in the next four-year cycle. So we didn't want to spend that time.
So just so I'm clear, withdrawn doesn't mean withdrawn from the next four-year cycle, it just means withdrawn from this budget?
Just from this budget for 2022, and that we will re-look at it over the balance of 2022 to potentially reconsider it for the next four-year cycle.
Yeah, and more generally, Council, that was our actions at administration, because we were trying to get to that 1.8%, which was our direction from the previous council. So that's some of the administrative recommendations we made.
So this was really financially driven, not that the need isn't there any longer. Is that correct in my understanding?
Very much so, in my opinion, for all three. The need is important, but it was a drive about getting to the 1.8.
Okay, so that's the grant. I specifically wanted to talk about the dogs because I have been getting a lot of inquiries on dog parks and off-leash areas. So do we currently have bylaw enforcement that is responsible for kind of that open spaces off-leash area?
So, Councillor, there are elements within the existing peace officer complement that do that, but they wouldn't be dedicated. And I think this went to having more dedicated resources to specifically work with the Dogs and Open Spaces program, as well as some programming around those areas. So this would be that next level that we wanted to get to. But again, because of the financial commitments, this was where we proposed the deferral until the next budget cycle.
Yeah, but to be clear, it's really one dedicated bylaw person is what was proposed. in addition to other like costs of the programming, but the FTE was, you're looking at one dedicated.
In this case, this was the first phase of the program. It's fairly new in terms of expansion, so this would have been the first FTE we would add to the program.
Okay. And then for the urban, so thank you for that. And for the last one on the urban form and corporate strategic planning, the OCT, I don't really understand what this is. So if somebody could explain to me what this is and what the impacts are of deferring or withdrawing this from the 2022 budget, if any, just so that we have that comprehensive understanding.
So we need the data eventually for understanding how people move around our city, for where people are living, and we think that we can find other data sources over the next year to perhaps streamline the way that we do all of our data in this space. And we'll come back with a more robust budget ask in 23 to 26. So it's absolutely needed. Data is needed for how we make decisions about the way our city's planned and the way people move, but we think we can make do for one more year.
Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Like, what is the data gap right now? And I know you said that there's kind of some sources, but what would this program fill in terms of the data gap?
Yeah, I'll circle back on that if you don't mind.
Sure, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much. I'll end it there and come back for another round. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'll start off slow here. Just building on Councillor Stevenson's questions for the City Hall security. The additional training, that does center around mental health, conflict resolution. Is that right?
It does, Councillor, and an additional point I'll just raise with Council is that training is targeted at all staff who work in City Hall. The security guards certainly have their own training that are complementary to our training, but this is in terms of people who work in this building. Okay, and what about like referral off to other support services? Is that also part of this role, or? That will be a level of, that will built into some of that training, for sure. Okay. And sometimes we'll circle back if it escalates, as we said earlier, to an actual peace officer that would be called back to City Hall, or in extreme cases when a police officer is required to intervene as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, what was my next one? Oh, on the fire rescue services request for the hazmat unit. I'm just wondering, this is, in the information that we received, that it also provides services to the greater metropolitan region. Is there any cost recovery from the metropolitan region? How many incidents have we provided the services?
Yes and yes. I don't have the, certainly do provide those services regionally. Our level of service really does support those areas. And there is a cost recovery dimension. I don't have the data in terms of how many calls are outside of our borders, but we can certainly find that and share that.
Okay. And I'll just add, Councillor, that within EMRB there is an active work going on to further review the regional services and what is a regional service, what is shared, and what the cost model is. So that is also work going on as part of the EMRB.
I can just let you also know, Councillor, there were approximately 964 hazmat calls last year that they responded to.
Mm-hmm. And sort of what level of severity were those hazmat calls? Like that's not just cleaning up the like from a car accident or anything. It's
maybe I'll ask Chief Zitelny to weigh in on that one. You there, Chief?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the question. It's a variety of calls. That hazmat unit is a specialized unit, and currently we only have one staffed in the north. So what this south hazmat unit will do, it'll allow for quicker response time to the south end because that unit will be placed in the south. So the 900 plus calls that the one unit goes to and travels throughout the entire city to respond, whether it's carbon monoxide alarms or more significant incidents where there's larger spills. This unit in the south would be able to pick up the south half of the city and respond across our borders to help those in neighboring municipalities. And you are correct, there's a cost recovery model that's in place for when our units cross the borders to support other jurisdictions.
Okay, so really they are time-sensitive issues so that extra, 8 or 9 minutes to get from the north to the south is really important. Okay.
Yeah, just for clarity, Councillor, certainly the hazmat unit we have in play currently is on the north side, as the chief indicated, and the response times for incidences on the north side is about 8.5 minutes. On the south side, as you said, because it's got to travel to the south side, the response time is over 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was reading in the information. What have I got, a minute left? The other question I had, I think, was for Mr. Seabrook in regards to the mechanical weed control. I'm just wondering why we're using pesticides to manage weeds?
So we have a policy that was established for the use of pesticides within certain application criteria, and we follow that procedure. So as part of the cost reduction exercises previously, we looked at what alternatives there would be to mechanical weed control and still allow us to stay within the parameters of the existing policy. And that was what was determined at the time. So there was a reduction in the mechanical weed control, and then that was reinstated on a one-time basis last spring.
But to me, pesticides are for pests, herbicides are for weeds, and I'm out of
Sorry,
time.
it is herbicides. It's incorrect. It isn't pesticides.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I will start with the funding request that is to support Open City and technology around Enterprise Common and the SAP software maintenance. So I'm just trying to get some clarity. I know we have an award-winning open data system. How would this interact with this at all? Is it more internal or is it external as well? I just want to get some clarity there.
So these are the licenses required to run the core system in its new format.
Okay, so I guess that would not really change much on the external side. Is that correct?
Only to the extent that there'd be an external interface for a customer.
Okay, and I guess in terms of the time-sensitive nature of this, I understand that the transition is already underway with Enterprise Commons?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Also had a question about the dogs in open spaces implementation. A lot of those questions were answered, but just to clarify, since we're not necessarily moving forward with this at this time, does that compromise our progress towards it? Because I also heard from a lot of constituents that it is a priority. And even programs like the rink conversions, is that in any way compromised if we're not moving forward?
So it slowed it down a bit because that service package was not just enforcement, it was also the programming component of it. So there was an element of programming and community involvement with that. So it has slowed it down. We still are using internal or existing resources to carry out some of those functions, but certainly not to the level that we would like to, that would meet the greater demands that are coming from community.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Want to just talk about CIOG for a second as well, and hopefully get a little bit of background. I think it's a really fantastic and valuable program. I'm trying to understand what happened with the audit that happened, I think maybe in 2020, around the social development branch, and I guess CIOG was included in the granting portion of that. I just want to know the recommendations that came from that. Were those implemented?
Maybe we'll ask Ms. Ford to weigh in on that one.
Sure.
Ms. Ford, can you talk about the audit and CIOG?
Yes, thank you, Rob. The audit last year made some recommendations primarily around our granting programs, and they delved into the idea of the difference between operating grants and programmatic grants. We had some really great recommendations from them on how to tighten up our processes so that we're actually able to better measure impact rather than than not measuring impact. And so when it comes to operating subsidies like the CIOG, in the form that it was last before the audit, there really wasn't any opportunity to measure and evaluate outcomes. So as an operating subsidy, that's typical for that type of grant. So the proposal that the CSAB the Citizen Services Advisory Board came up with actually allows us or recommends that we measure outcomes differently and align them with the city plan. So overall, the recommendations from the auditor, we're really making great progress on implementing all of them.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back to mechanical weed control to Mr. Sebrick. So maybe just as a reminder, we reduced the amount of mechanical actions. I think that was a COVID response, was it not initially?
It was part of the budget reduction to get to a zero, and it was in conjunction with COVID reductions.
And that became sort of a permanent change. And so, remind me if I've got my vernacular right, we essentially reduced services in open spaces along roadways to one trim cycle a year.
The one trim cycle was part of the turf. This was another program.
Which was another program?
So the mechanical weed control, this was more on the flower bed aspect of it, not so much the trimming of, say, the weed-eating type applications.
Okay, so funding of this 1.14 million service package would not give us the trimming along the roads necessarily. It would be something else.
So we were able to increase that last year, so that's already included in the base. This would be separate.
So what is in the base right now? How many trim cycles?
2 trim cycles.
2 trim cycles. So, okay, I thought we were down to 1. So
I'll confirm, but my recollection is that we added it back last year. But we did in 2020 reduce it down to 1 only in response to COVID.
So 2020 was 1, 2021 was 2. That's your understanding?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe if someone can just confirm that, because I'm not sure that's what my understanding was. And then around stormwater drainage ponds, we stopped doing cutting in a lot of locations.
As part of naturalized areas, we were reducing that, and we did also do some reductions in response to COVID.
And was our budget adjusted for those reduced efforts around the drainage ponds?
There was no change around those.
No change in budget?
Correct.
But a change in operation?
A change in the operation components, yes.
So where would those savings have gone?
So the actual activities, there was still work that had to be done as part of the naturalization. So those resources were shifted to other pieces of work, but all tied in with turf maintenance as an overall program.
Right. Okay. So now I thought we passed a motion in the spring to pause the naturalization work until we did the naturalization engagement this spring coming up.
So basically everything that we did last year was planned and implemented, but we haven't actioned any new changes to naturalization until we return back with that body work that you're referencing.
But we stopped cutting the grass around some of those ponds.
On some of them that we had already actioned, that's correct.
Okay, but it was at least my understanding that we were not going to stop doing things until we talked to the public about stopping doing things, and we stopped doing things.
So prior to that conversation, that's correct. After that, we didn't do any additional.
But you didn't start cutting the grass again either.
On the ones that were already committed to naturalized, we didn't.
Okay, but we didn't engage on the commitment to naturalize with those communities that are affected.
Not to the level that we're planning on, correct.
So we've got a split here. We're doing something that we haven't engaged with, and then from the reaction I got from people that they really don't like, we're continuing to do it, and we're talking about engaging about it after the fact when it might be too late to recover.
So going forward, I think that's exactly what the plan will include is more engagement. This was all based on the previous plan, so what we may need to do is look at the areas that have already been converted and see if there's some adjustments to be made.
But what you've told me is that there was no budget change. So if we go back to cutting the grass in those places, you don't need more budget. You just need to turn your resources back to that activity. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so there might be a subsequent motion there. My last few seconds, can I still ask capital questions on another round, or is that prohibited? Or is that up to us?
That's up to council.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
cool. Councillor Tang?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think this came up before, but I would really appreciate if you can explain again. There was a slide about how different people, different homeowners experience tax increases differently, and so I just want to be clear. Well, first of all, is that correct?
Different homeowners will experience a difference in their increase in taxes on the basis of how their assessed value shifts relative to the total assessment base.
So if it's a 0% tax increase, will that show up as 0% for everybody?
It will not.
Okay, thank you. So some people might have a bit more, some people might be zero, some people might be less, depending on the context you just provided.
That's correct. If your house goes up more than the average everyone else experiences, you'll experience an increase, and others will experience a decrease.
Okay, great, thank you. And I had a question, I think, earlier this week, and then you said you'll come back today around just our trend in corporate overhead as a percentage of, how did I word it? Of the net operating expenditure, I think. And I was also just curious, how does it compare within the last 5 to 10 years, and has it been on trend with population growth?
So first of all, when we say corporate support, what we define to be corporate support are the corporate support areas of that weave document. So communications and engagement, employee services, legal services, and financial and corporate services after removing assessment and taxation and real estate.
That's right.
When you look at total corporate support, when we look back to about 2018, if I go any further back than that, there is variation from reorgs that I'm not sure I capture the data fully. So in 2018, corporate support was 7.5% of total tax-supported operating expenditures. In 2019, it was 7.1. In 2020, it was 6.9. 2021, 6.8, so trending down. And in 2022, it's 7.2, and the bulk of that is the impact of the additional Enterprise Commons licensing costs in the year.
Gotcha. So the trend over the years is really lots of trimming.
Yeah, it's been decreasing as a percentage.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for finding that information for me. Can you explain a little bit about the council contingency fund?
So Councillor Tang, the council contingency fund is a set-aside amount of funding annually in the operating budget of around $700,000. And it's exactly what it is. It's a contingency fund for council to fund one-time items they may want to fund throughout the year. And so for 2021, the balance is $700,000, so it hasn't been touched at all for 2021. And then for 2022, it's another $700,000 as well. So total of around $1.4 million in one-time council contingency funding.
Is there any conditions around kind of what kind of things, other than the fact that it has to be one time?
Really, it's up to council to vote on.
Okay, great, thank you. And in my last minute, I just want to be really clear about this. The funding withheld from the police, the $11 million, that's ongoing.
So the funding from police services is $11 million unallocated in the base. So it can be used for either one-time or ongoing, but it is ongoing in the base right now.
And in terms of our financial strategies that take that into consideration, that will be ongoing.
So are you asking about financial strategies in general, or the fact that this $11 million is in financial strategies?
This $11 million is in financial strategies. I guess is that one and the same, or is that two separate things?
So financial strategies is a broader account that we use to manage risk on an ongoing basis. Within there, we allocate certain amounts on the basis of a risk assessment. But the $11 million is also in there unallocated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll start. Councillor Tang's first question made me want to revisit the language that we use around budget. And so I just wanted to see if it's actually fair. And we're probably not going to fix it today, but maybe going into the 4-year. Instead of talking about a proposed tax increase, we're really talking about a proposed budget change, which then subsequently will have an impact on people's taxes, as we have since heard, in variable ways. And so I guess I wanted to see if I start using the language budget increase or budget decrease instead of tax increase, is that actually a fair change? Because I do worry about how it gets portrayed.
So the caution that I would say is when we talk about a 1.8% increase, it's a 1.8% increase in the tax levy. You are requiring 1.8% more taxes be collected this year than last year. When you talk about budget increases, it could be expenditure, revenue. We're talking about the net.
And I don't want to spend all my time on this, but the reason I ask about it is that I do. It's the language that we use does create that frustration or uncertainty. So we didn't increase there was no increase to the overall budget in 2021, and we didn't have to increase the tax levy. But people's taxes, some went up, some went down, and people, especially the ones that went up, as you can imagine, said, "Well, wait a second, you said there was no increase," and it's really hard to explain the thing that you've explained to somebody at the door who, it's just like, my bill says more than it said last year. What's going on? So maybe not to solve today, but I'm wondering if we can think about that as we go into the next budget cycle of how we might try to do that, because the media is going to say, the headline will be, this is the tax increase for next year, and that's not actually reflective of what each person will pay. And so I'm just trying to think about that again for the future.
Yeah, short answer is yes, Councillor, we can absolutely do that. We've got a whole body of work we want to do about communication of budgets and in preparation for next year, and quite frankly, after decisions are made in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's great. Again, just a quick question on the council contingency. So if it is also because we haven't used it for 2021, it is an eligible funding source during our deliberations right now. If there's something upwards of or fundings that we're looking for up to $700,000 for one time, we could use that for today.
That's correct, as long as it's one time.
As long as it's one time, that's right. So those ongoing pieces, you could fund it one time for a year, but then you're going to have to make it up next year. So that's the piece. If you wanted to fund a bylaw officer for off-leash dog parks using that, you're going to have to find a permanent funding source next year and make up that difference, because we can't rely on the contingency for that.
That's correct, and we probably wouldn't.
Agreed.
Yeah,
we shouldn't do that. I just wanted to make sure I asked that question. I wanted to talk a little bit about, hello everyone over there, hi. The presentation we had last time, I had a chance to sort of think of a few more questions. So in the slides, and I was thinking about slide 7, which talked about the organizational design, and that sort of 7, the magic number, if you will, although it's imperfect in every scenario, sort of the seven layers. What would we define as that layer 5, the program and functional manager piece? Because I think I understand the director piece in our organizational structure at this point. I think I understand the sort of foreperson and supervisor who are often working doing the day-to-day work as well, but maybe overseeing a crew that they are out with. But I'm not sure I understand where that role is. And I'm doing it more for my knowledge than anything else, so. And if we have an example, we would point to in the organizational structure.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
So in terms of the hierarchy, we've got the 7 layers. So you've got city manager at the top, as you've referenced. You've got your branch managers, you've got your directors, and then you're referencing the layer beneath.
Yeah, the layer 5, the program, the functional manager.
Okay,
piece.
so that layer typically you could see general supervisors in that layer. So they would be our ML2s, ML3s. If we looked at Edmonton Transit, you
Sorry,
would
and
see.
can I just jump in? You're using acronyms that
Okay,
even I don't
sorry.
think I know yet. So
Yeah,
ML2
so-
and ML3, I'm going to need to use some help with that.
So you would have what we refer to as our management leadership group, typically general supervisors or operational supervisors. I'll use Edmonton Transit as the example, as I know some are more familiar with that. These would be leaders that would be responsible for supervising what could be up to 140 frontline supervisors with other staff working underneath them. Hence, they wouldn't be a frontline supervisor. There would be other groups reporting into them.
That's helpful. I'm out of time. I'll have more, but I appreciate that's a great concept.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please? Oh, just hold on. Councillor Jans, did you have first round? You did, okay.
I do. I haven't had a chance yet.
You haven't had a chance yet, right? Okay, so.
No.
Yeah, go ahead then.
Well, actually, I'll just look to the clerk just to confirm that.
You did,
I
but
think
you can have
started,
more.
yeah, okay. Good.
Okay, then I would be second round.
Okay, good. I'll take, can you take the chair, Councillor Tang? Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries. On the ETS fare increase, that going to $4 for cash fare, I understand we will be implementing some sort of, the fare technology that's probably coming into on board in a couple of months. So would that take that fare back to a reduced rate once that card is implemented?
So, Your Worship, I can provide a little bit of information. So the fare increase was approved at the start of this budget cycle. The fare technology that we'll be implementing would basically allow fare capping. So at a certain point in time, once you reach a certain value, you're not charged anymore. So it would have a maximum, so people wouldn't pay beyond that. But I'm going to ask Ms. Houghton McDonald just to provide a little bit of information in regards to how the fare structure would operate under the new smart fare.
Okay.
Thank you, Gord, and thank you, Mayor, for the question. So within the smart fare technology, the single trip price point is lower. So it's a $3 price point for any users that are using a single trip fare within that new technology.
So this is will be interim increase, then we'll come back to, I think, $3 per single trip, right?
So the cash fare, once smart fare is implemented, anyone paying with cash would have that $4 price point. We're incentivizing those to use smart fare. They would see the $3 price point.
Okay, good. I just need clarification because before I think of making amendments, which I'm concerned about increased fare increases. Better cleanup for downtown, for Chinatown, litter pickup, needle pickup, right? All these issues, can they be dealt internally through resource reallocations within the existing budgets? Do they require additional resources?
I would say that we've put a lot of resources into those downtown cleanups, and I'll just see
Because we already, I had a meeting with the representatives from the Chinatown, and they're really concerned about the lack of cleanliness, and particularly the needle pickups and all that, right? So I don't know if that's our job or someone else does that. I don't know, right?
I'm not sure it's our job. We do a lot of it, Your Worship, and right after we do it, it starts to get littered again. So I think the frequency, we are doing as much as we can of it, I would say right now. And if we wanted to increase the frequency, that would require additional resources. And I'll just see if Gord wants to add to that.
Your Worship, we did enhance our downtown cleaning as well as cleaning in some of the BIAs. And basically what we did was we looked at reassigning other tasks and bringing in some special teams that were just focused on that. But we've got to a point where we're not keeping up to the levels that I think business areas and citizens are expecting. So that's where additional resources would allow us to provide that additional level of service in terms of cleaning.
I would like to understand what that additional resource is, like how much is required? Okay.
The other point, just to add to the conversation, Mr. Mayor, is the partnership we have with some social agencies to do some cleanup as well on their own properties and in other places.
Yeah.
So there is a multi-agency commitment to doing that.
I know these issues are symptom of a bigger issue, the issues that we need to resolve, but in the meantime, businesses do want to feel whatever support that we can provide them during this time until we have better handle on these. The BIA request for 50% reduction in the fees, that can be funded through some of the one-time funding that is available, right?
Yes, it can.
Yes, because it's a one-time request, it's not an ongoing.
That's how we funded it last year.
Well, that's how it was funded last year. And same thing like free play, the arts and culture recovery, those are one-time requests. They can be funded through the COVID recovery fund.
Yeah, both those would be one time, Your Worship, and we believe there's a good argument that both of those could be taken from COVID as part of COVID recovery.
What is that cushion room in the fund, right? What, how much?
There's 8 million.
8 million in that, okay, cool. All right, cool. That's for now, and I'll move the second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Oh, so, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Let's vote.
I'm a yes. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Tang. And I'll go back to the list.
We're just refreshing the list because somebody jumped somebody in the queue, so we're just refreshing.
Okay.
Not.
Okay, the first, no, I think Councillor Rice was first up. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in proposed operating budget, and we saw a 121 FT increase, and the cost for that is $10 million. Based on what I heard, if public would still has concern regarding the service delivery efficiency and also employees' productivity, and based on the current employee numbers city has, and the question for me to ask is, by looking at the budget change service package, and I do understand and appreciate, and the city has been implement some vacancy improving and use existing resources and to serve our services. So is there any specific way and we can take some assessments to look at our current capacity and in the city, and then to move resources around, and instead of under the high budget pressure for 2022 to increase FT numbers?
Yeah, I'll start with that, Councillor, and I first want to say that every one of the employees, I believe, are working as hard as they possibly can, particularly in difficult times, and I really want to stress that in the last 2 years, all of our employees have really stepped up to do huge amount of work in very difficult times with COVID in particular. And so whether it's our recreation center or as part of the transit, they've had new precautions they have to take, they've had new things they've had to do, and they've taken all that on. So they've had more workload in the hours that they work. And so we believe the productivity of our employees is very high. And the only reason we would be asking for these additional employees is to really to support growth, whether it's new fire halls or cleaners in some cases. There's a good portion of them that are cleaners in that number, and we believe we need these to do the additional work required as part of growth of the city. So we're confident that the productivity levels are very high with our employees.
Thank you. So my next question is specifically related to this service package. In terms of Edmonton Transit, there is a 4.7.9 and FTE needed. And so can I get more detail about, so what's the specific, I know this is for the LRT Southeast minor line, and is there any specific reason and we don't have an existing resources and to need to hire this new 48 FTEs?
I'll see if Ms. Houghton McDonald wants to speak to that from Transit.
Thank you, Councillor. Can you specify where you're seeing this information? I just want to make sure I'm following.
In operating budget attachment 1, the service package and for the budget change.
I can just further clarify that. That's the 47.9 FTEs related to the Valley Line Southeast precursor services. Carrie?
Thank you so much. So we have precursor bus service running to provide service in lieu of having the Valley Line service operational. So it would be extending that precursor service to match up with the launch of the Valley Line Southeast service. So they are operators who are delivering the 510X as an example, helping people to connect along the line. So when we built our bus network redesign plan, it assumed that we would have Valley Line Southeast service. So we've had to compensate and essentially replace that LRT service with bus service in the interim. So that's what this is related to.
When is the launch of LRT services for Southeast? When is the launch date?
Councillor, Transed just came out and announced that it would be summer of 2022. Specific date to be confirmed as we get closer to that date.
Okay, so this new FT increase is just to support that services we need and by launch and in the summer of 2022, right?
So this is a temporary, exactly. It's an extension of ensuring we can continue to provide the precursor bus service. So it's a prorated amount to cover that extension until that line is actually operational.
Okay, my time is out. I come next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
I think it should be Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for the earlier clarifications around the security contracts. I think, it really sounds like there's an intentional partnership and relationship being formed with the security personnel, which is wonderful. And really excited to continue those conversations about what those 3 tiers of security look like. So thank you for that. I just wanted to ask a couple questions around Edmonton Fire Rescue Services. So the new South Edmonton Hazmat unit. It seemed from what I understood or the information we had available that the current hazmat team is mainly challenged just in terms of response time, so actually getting to the far south, rather than sort of the total number or volumes of calls. So I was just wondering if there was any consideration of sort of splitting the existing team up into the 2 locations, or if we have a plan for ensuring that what I assume will now be some additional capacity in the existing hazmat unit, that those resources will be used.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. I think, you know, you're absolutely correct. The challenge for the North Hazmat team, which is the only specialized hazmat team in the city, is to get across the city in a timely manner. Our programming, and historically, we've staffed the hazmat units with the 5 members per unit to perform the variety of functions that they have. So right now, at bringing on that unit, it would be in line with our programming to have that staff and the allocation of resources.
And so when the new team forms, I'm assuming everyone's not going to just be half as busy. That there will be other ways that those resources are deployed.
There are other activities outside of response that these members would be doing in their regular day. Some of it will be prevention, a lot of it training to maintain specialized skills. But currently, as far as their proprietary use of those units is specific to SEAL calls straight up to the large spills or major incidents.
Okay.
Just further to that, Councillor, that same response applies to basically the chief's entire service, basically staff on our pumpers, staff on our tankers, staff on our ladder trucks. It is the same kind of requirements that we have across the system for that capacity of staffing, so that they have time for their training and other duties.
Okay, and is it operationally possible just to really explore some ideas? But again, could the existing team just be in 2 locations rather than adding a whole new team?
Councillor, the staffing model we have in sort of fire rescue certainly is in keeping with the National Fire Protection Association standards. It's a pretty well-established standards of those service levels that we base our staffing model on. So that's been our starting point for some time now. And Chief, do you want to weigh in on that in addition?
Yeah, and that's approved by council in 2012 around the master plan that was provided at the day it came forward. I think what you're asking, Councillor Stevenson, if I may, that there's relatively lower volume of calls for this unit, and that's correct. These are once the next unit comes in, it would split those calls. So as opposed to one unit picking up the 900 calls, you would see the second unit come in and take half those calls. And so the question is, what's the other work that they would be doing? And we would be looking at the other opportunities that we could utilize those staff to make sure that they're providing the best resource to Edmontonians.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your understanding around that and where my questions lead. And again, just wondering if another approach might just be to have the unit split into those 2 locations, or is there just sort of like a minimum critical number of people that you need in each location for the hazmat team to be complete?
Right now, based on the response model, we would have we wouldn't be splitting the teams. Once that team deploys, it would leave open the other area. So but it's something that I can take back as a question on what opportunities would we have for our staff when it comes to splitting those teams. And right now we don't have anything in the works to change the model or look at any alternative staffing solutions. But if I can,
Councillor, that is established in our fire rescue master plan. Some of those staffing levels.
Okay, great. I'll take a look at that. And just a very quick clarification for the fire fleet growth. Just wondering if you could, I just got a bit confused if there's actually new equipment or if it's just new personnel to maintain equipment. Just a bit confused around that. If you could clarify, thank you.
Chief, can you weigh in on that?
So the 3 pumps and the 1 hazmat unit and 1 ladder truck, the hazmat unit, as we're talking about, it would be growth. The other units were not accompanied by staff. They're replacement units for existing fleet. There is a staff operating app for the Windview station that is targeted to come online later in 2022, which is why you see the operating staff costs for that one.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have only 2 minutes. So I don't know, Councillor Cardinal, you want to take those 2 minutes, or we can start, we have to resume back on Tuesday? If you have,
Oh, no, I'll wait till
Yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah, yeah,
Thank
cool.
you. I'm not
Okay.
sure I was next anyway. but-
no, okay. Okay, well, we'll be back here on Tuesday at 9:30 and resume with the Q&A to the admin.
Maybe just a process question,
Yeah.
Mayor Sohi. I almost called you Minister Sohi.
No.
Is there any chance we finish our in-private conversation and we return to this conversation later this afternoon?
I don't think,
Not sure what you
it may not be advertised as a public meeting, so we may not be
Oh,
able to
fair enough.
because it's not on the public agenda, right?
So
So,
just for absolute clarity, today's meeting goes from 9:30 till 5 o'clock, and you do have a time specific at 1:30.
yeah. Yeah, but can we come, if we're done there early, can we continue with budget deliberation, questions after that?
That is a question for council, absolutely.
It's legal, procedurally allowed.
This is a full council meeting, and you just
Okay.
have a time-specific item at 1:30. So if you would like to go in camera now so that you're ready for 1:30, or we can do that at 1:30.
So moved.
Second.
I think the question, that clarification I need is that if that in-camera meeting concludes before, say concludes at 4 o'clock,
Then-
can we come back?
Yes, because you're not having a private meeting, you are having an item that is
Yeah.
going to go in camera for a portion of this meeting.
I would
Small
just-
nuance.
I would just suggest, your worship, that we will need a bit of time.
Yeah, because your resources.
I'd rather not everybody just be waiting outside to come in.
Okay, yeah.
'cause
Well,
we've
we'll,
got things to do,
we'll
so-
zoom back on Tuesday. We have time.
Or if we could just, we just need a bit of time. We can all be on standby, but I would rather not people actually having to wait outside the doors so they
Yeah.
can do other work. But we
Yeah.
can come back.
We come back Tuesday?
We would just need a bit of time.
Or what do you think?
I personally would, I think that our time would be well used to ask more questions this afternoon. Like, I would be happy to put
Can we give a time frame then to admin that will be, come back at such a time? Because then we can conclude that, because that meeting will can continue into because those are kind of something that council requested earlier on to have a conversation, right? So, yeah.
Which I think are very valuable and, but not as time sensitive
Yeah, got it.
as having the budget done.
So would, say, 3:30?
Or after the break
Yeah.
at 3:45?
Yeah, 3:45?
That would be very helpful,
Yeah.
because then we can know we'd be back at 3:45.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, cool, all right. We'll be back at 3:45. Yeah. So if you had any
sorry.
plans, those plans are changed now.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we actually voted to go in private. We had the motion. We just need to finish the vote.
Yeah, no, we will. I just, we will move to go into private. Just needed to make sure that administration understands that we'll be back at 3:45. Cool, okay. To go into private, moved by, who
It's
moved?
Councillor Jans, I think.
Councillor Jans and seconded by? Councillor
Second.
Paquette. Okay, Councillor Tang, please vote.
So we had Councillor Paquette earlier.
Okay, Councillor Paquette is good.
I'm okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans, could we get your vote, please? Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure Councillor Jans is with us.
Councillor Jans.
He
might
has
have-
left the meeting.
Okay, cool. Please display the vote. It is carried.
I just need 2 minutes to get the cameras up and running, Mr. Mayor, and to get the doors open.
Okay. And we are on November 30th?
Yeah, in
Please,
November 30th, yeah, stay in the same Google Meet. We're just going to get the doors opened. And then if you wouldn't mind, we're just going to see if we can get loaded into the item 6.1. We're just going to load the housekeeping EPCOR dividend motion.
Yeah.
Be super helpful if we could get that off the floor today.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just putting it into eScribe for you, Mr. Mayor. And once you move it, we'll put it on the screen so you can read it out. We back online? Cameras live? The cameras are live. We're good to go, Mr. Mayor. You'd like to put the EPCOR dividend housekeeping motion on the
Yeah,
floor?
yeah.
We'll just put it up on the screen so you can read it out.
No, no. Okay, the motion is that the 2022 operating revenue budget in corporate revenues, corporate programs be increased by 6 million on an ongoing basis to reflect an increase in the EPCOR dividend within FSR.
It's the financial strategies, not FSFR. We'll
Yes,
fix that.
financial strategies, within financial strategies.
Second.
Okay. So this is kind of a housekeeping that we need to account for that money that came from EPCOR, and this goes into financial strategies. That council is free how to allocate that money as we go through the budget discussion, right? So, yeah, that's just pretty simple housekeeping.
So Councillor Tang has the chair, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yeah, so sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Tang, go ahead. I moved the motion,
Okay,
so.
and when seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
So before vote, can we speak that first? Or can I ask a question first?
Oh, yeah.
I just have a very quick question, and then once this money goes to the financial strategy, and do we still have that opportunity to use this money, take it out, and then to, for other purpose, for example, to offset the tax levy?
Once this passes, if this were to pass, you could make an amendment to reduce financial strategies and reduce the tax levy.
So is able to do that? Thank you. I just want to confirm.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, please vote.
I don't have on my screen, but yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. And carry unanimously. Back to you.
Cool. And I'll take the chair back and I'll go back to the list. And I think Councillor Cartmel was first one, right? Councillor?
That's correct.
Thank you. So I think I have to go back to Mr. Sebrick. So just to confirm, we had one trimming cycle last in 2021, correct?
Correct, yeah, my apologies earlier. So in 2020, prior to COVID, we had 2 cycles. We reduced down to 0 in 2020 as a result of the pandemic, and then in 2021, we added 1 cycle back.
And do you have a number for what it would take to add a second cycle?
Yes, in 2021, the reduction down to 1 cycle resulted in a reduction in $625,000 in resources and 10.5 FTE.
Okay, thank you. Couple other questions then. Quickly, we, in somewhat of a panic in the spring, we restored funding for mosquito spraying. Do you remember if that was one time or if that was ongoing?
That was one time.
So if we want to continue the spraying program, we need a amendment to the budget for that, correct?
Correct.
And I have a question about the transit impact report. I'm sorry, I've lost my place, but there was an attachment in the operating documents, the operating budget adjustment documents, to talk about the proximity to, or the effect of having transit centers and on, I think it was on development permits or on, no, sorry, on property tax lift, and under the premise that being close to the transit center created a tax lift. And within that report, we use a 400-meter radius from a a 1,200-meter radius from a transit center as sort of the area of impact. But I thought that when we talk about ridership and what a transit center does, that we used a 400-meter radius. So I'm wondering why we're using a bit of a different metric on this calculation. And if I'm wrong, let me know.
Councillor Cartmel, I'd say when we did the analysis around transit-oriented development, we looked at a 400-meter radius, 800-meter radius, and as far out as 1.2 meters. You'll see property values will increase as far as 1.2 kilometers from that LRT station. So
Do we
not
have
sure if that answers your question, though.
Do we, well, if 1.2, if 1,200 meters is the right number, I'm just wondering what the source of that is, where we got that.
I'm sorry, for what? For
the 1,200 meter.
For property tax increases?
Yeah, that metric.
The metric is from best practices in a number of other cities where you've seen that walking distance to a LRT station will impact property values in your city.
But what I'm hearing you say, Ms. McCabe, is that for transit-oriented development, that it's 400 meters, but for property tax influence, it's 1,200 meters, and I'm confused by that.
I would say for transit-oriented development, it's both. You'll see that between 400 and 800 meters as well, even all the way out to 1.2 meters. Our transit-oriented development guidelines are 400 meters and 800 meters. What we've seen in some of the real estate reports that we have received from the real estate agencies is that you will see property value increases out as far as 1,200 meters to an LRT station. Okay. But I can't speak to, perhaps, I don't know if Kate's Watts on the line to say how they use it from a taxation perspective. I'm talking generally speaking, that is what we have heard from the real estate community, as well as some of the research that we had done when we were working on TOD.
Okay, so it was more that, Ms. McCabe, not so much the taxation piece, but that this is the zone of influence, and you're saying that's industry advice.
And best practice and advice that we've seen. I think it's, yeah.
Okay, I know we're short on time. Mr. Laughlin, really fast on Hawrelak Park. We don't know what we don't know yet. Is that a correct understanding? We've got this net and mass of underground utilities, pipe wires, conduits, cables, fibers, curbs, asphalt that kind of are in various states of condition, and we don't really know what the scope of that entire project is until we spend more money on the design and do a bit more investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we know a fair bit. What our request is in the SCBA is the design to know more before we get to the larger request for funding.
And so I'm going to run out of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans?
Following up on the same line of questioning, could admin clarify a little further? Like am I to understand then that we could approve the item for Horlick Park, but that doesn't necessarily necessitate a timeline on closure? What it does is it will give us more information about the nature of the project and the needs. Am I understanding that?
The request is to approve the additional design funding to get us to checkpoint 4, and that'll give us greater certainty on scope, schedule, and budget. And based on where we sit right now, we would say a closure is still required, but it would give us greater certainty in terms of the degree of infrastructure impact or construction impact that will result from the project. So where I sit right now, I would say it's still requiring a closure, but what's contemplated in the budget is the additional design dollars to continue to advance the project to a greater level of certainty.
Okay, I have no other questions right now.
Sorry, if I could just add to that one, I think too that we are preparing to walk the ground with councillors that want to walk the ground in January and just get a real hard look at the project and the process for going through. So I think that'll also be informative to future decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions on snow removal, and this is meant to inform whether there needs to be sort of a budget or a subsequent. So I guess I wanted to ask Mr. Sudbrick around what our sort of approaches with things like freezing rain, which appear to be more common now, and what our current standard is. And I want to just, let's start there. What's our current standard on freezing rain?
So there's nothing specific in the policy that speaks to freezing rain. We talk about weather events and snow events, but there's nothing in the policy that would say specifically relating to freezing rain.
Okay. So why, and then our council policy that we've recently approved provides a bit more flexibility and openness to go, and that was part of the earlier round of questions we'd heard. I guess the question that I'm trying to understand, recognizing we have a separate report in the spring coming around equipment needs and the resources, is this budget item has finished with a surplus each of the last 3 years, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and so as we think about the first 3 months of the next, of 2022, which is part of our budget deliberations, do you have the flexibility under the existing policy to do an enhanced level of service, particularly related to, I think where we're seeing the biggest issues right now are local roads and active pathways?
We do, again, depending on what level of service we wanted to go to. But I think we do have the flexibility, and given that we have seen favorability in the last 3 years, if that trend continues, we should be okay. But again, we're playing with weather, which could go either way. So at this point, though, I would say we have flexibility and enough budget to accommodate some enhancements within the scope of the policy.
So just digging into that a little bit more, although that's a good sign, I just want to make sure. A typical neighborhood blading usually costs around $1 million, I believe. Now, if you did a little bit more than standard in this last blading cycle, and I'm wondering, do we know the delta between the 1 million and what we spent?
We don't have that number yet. We're
Okay.
we just completed it this week, so we can have some detailed estimates for cost comparisons by the time we get into budget questions next week.
Okay, that would be helpful. And the final piece on this to help inform some of that is specific to active pathways. I know we do have a separate tool that we are using. We're at least allowed to use calcium chloride on those particular pathways. Do we have the resources to actually scrape down through the budget, like to actually break down the ice, do you have a budget, or, and I guess more importantly, maybe do you have equipment to do that?
We don't have specific equipment that could deal with the thickness of the ice that we had this week on its own. It's a combination of applying anti-icing, de-icing, and then trying to break it up with equipment.
Do you have, is that something that in the short term, the immediate term, because I think that's a separate conversation about us needing that equipment in-house, but for the remainder of this winter, is that the type of service that you might consider contracting out if you were going to do in the short term? I don't think that should be a permanent solution, to be very, very, very clear for everyone listening, but just recognizing that there's an immediate issue of freezing rain. Is that something you could do?
Definitely, we would always look to our contract partners because they do have some different pieces of equipment, but we're also looking at how we can make some adjustments to our existing equipment to better suit it. It won't be ideal, but we will be able to have a better, I think, a better plan if freezing rain continues to be something common.
Okay, so what I've heard, just from my final summary, we're going to double check what the delta is between what we normally spend and what we spent in this last time, but what I've generally heard is that it doesn't sound like, at least for the first couple of months of 2022, based off our last 3 years of performance in this 4-year budget cycle, that we might not need additional funding in that package for the first 3 months, recognizing there is a bigger conversation about equipment, resources, all of that coming as part of the next budget cycle.
Correct, but I just want to reemphasize that that could change
Of course.
very quickly.
And we might still want to give direction on what that looks like, but maybe not budget. Okay, so that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So we are at 5 o'clock. So we will continue with the budget adjustment deliberations on December 14th, 9:30 to 5. Then we have December 15th, 9:30 to 5, and December 17th, 9:30 to 5. Good. Good. Okay, cool. See you next week. Enjoy the weekend, folks.